Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh, okay. I just woke up. I woke up, I scarfed down some breakfast, I've got coffee, and we're ready. I am excited to make some progress in Infinite Jest. A little sad that I haven't made more progress in it, but not that sad because I've been reading other books and it's been great. Hi, welcome in. I have made it. I was just looking at this again because I have I just realized that I've made it more. I'm more into the book than I have left of the footnotes, and that for some reason felt like a win. Hi, Nadeem. Oh, joining from the UK at Sarah's house. Nice. Oh, say hi to Sarah. Hi, Amelia. Good. I'm glad people are still here. I know we're starting an hour after we usually start, but I had a big day yesterday. I was at the protests, or at least my local one, and which was a lot of fun. And then I had, I think I talked about this during another stream, that I was doing a Mary Kate and Ashley marathon with some friends, and so that also happened yesterday, which is why I wanted to schedule this to start later because I wasn't sure how long that would go. There we go. Yay! Hi. Nice, a true hostess. Yeah, the protest was great. It was really awesome to see so many people coming together for it. And most of the people that were driving by, because we were at this under this bridge basically, while people were driving under, and then we were all along the side of the road, which luckily we were elevated and everything, so it felt really honestly the ideal location for us. And most of the people that were driving through were really excited to see us and everything, which was awesome. I have a feeling it would have felt a lot differently if I was still living in Florida and went to one of those protests. But it was, yeah, so it was really nice to be here for it. Also, big news. I hit 9,000 subscribers this morning. Yay! I'm very excited about it. The Herkyet that video has been growing, that first one, which is very exciting. I'm working on the second video for it now. So I just finished scripting the sit down portion of that. So I just need to film that and then I can edit everything together. And I'm excited for that one to come out. So that should be this week's video. I did end up doing an amalgamation of both version 1 and version 2 together, because there's a lot of prompts on version 2 that I was really excited about. Currently reading Prodigal Summer by Barbara Kingsolver. Weren't you just reading did you just read the Poisonwood Bible, or was that somebody else? Thank you. It was very exciting. Literally, I look over and I was like, oh, good, Curtis is awake. And I shoved the phone in his face. Yes, Barbara Kingsolver. I mean, to be fair, I've only read one thing by Barbara Kingsolver, but it was great. I do own the Poisonwood Bible, so I plan on reading it somewhat soon. Yes, if you could please give this video a like. Thank you, Amelia, a resident reminder. But that brings up a good question. What is everybody reading today? You all know what I'm reading and will forever be reading. I'm gonna get there. I might start. Originally, I wanted to only do this during streams, but I don't think I realized just how much of stream time this would take up. I don't know why. You couldn't figure that out. So I might start to do some outside of streams. I haven't decided yet. But just so you know, probably actually because I've got it I think, on hold at the library. So when that hold comes in, the audiobook version, then that's probably when I'm gonna, like, try to get through a big chunk of it. But the streams do really help for especially when, like, I just don't feel like or it's just intimidating, and I think it is gonna be a long time until this isn't intimidating. I think I'm gonna need to be, like, 3/4 of the way through before it's no longer intimidating is the problem. Because when I sit down here and I read it, it's kind of fun. It doesn't help right now that, all the other books I'm reading are fantasy, which are just inherently more fun to be reading. I wanted to look up my when I'm meant to get that book. Oh, the library doesn't have it. Does the library not have it? I thought I had it on hold. Am I crazy? No, I do have it on hold. Okay, still about 10 weeks. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm 5th in line. Oh, it's because there's 1 copy of the audiobook, and there's 15 people waiting. I'm now 5th, though, and I started at 10th. Okay. Okay. So, maybe when it's my turn to to go through this thing, on audiobook, then, like, I'll do some outside of stream as well and see how far I can get. Because I can't rely on Spotify hours to do this because you only get so many. Oh, that's right. Amelia, you're doing Wonderthon. It's only the second day, but there's already a lot going on. Yeah, I did end up deciding not to do it. It was down to the wire that I was trying to figure that out. But I ended up deciding it's a no for me for now. I think I would do it next year. I do really like the setup of it and everything. It was so tempting. But also I'm reading very large books right now. Or this I will be like this month. And so I just don't think it's conducive to the current reading that I've got going on. Which speaking of, I know last time we were together, I got The Help as my TBR spin book. I'm still reading it. I have a little over 100 pages left. It's been slow going, not because like when I'm actually reading it or listening to it, it's good and like it's relatively fast paced for it being, the genre that it is. Um, and I like the characters, I like the like shifting dynamics within it, of like the other characters with each other. But when I'm not reading it, I have like no inclination to pick it up. So that's been the real struggle. So when I do pick it up, I usually get through like a decent amount, but it's just kind of rare that I actually pick it up. And then the other 2 books I was reading during that time was Dungeon Crawler Carl, which amazing, loved it. So much fun, so good. And I'm actually the reading group has now started the second book in that series because everybody finished the first book so quickly. Like no one stuck to the reading plan of like originally it was 3 chapters a day, then we made it 5 chapters a day because it was clear that we all loved it. And then it was just like everybody's just reading through the whole thing. And now at this point, a few people from that group have finished the second book as well. I am not one of those people. um, and then I'm also reading Fool's Errand by Robin Hobb, which is a big boy. Um, oh, and the other book I was reading was With a Vengeance by Riley Sager. I did finish that. I liked it. I don't think it's one of his best thrillers, but it's definitely like closer to the top than a lot of others. I'm going to be reading The Safekeep as my library hold finally came through. Nice. Literally the day after the Women's Prize. Oh my gosh, perfect timing. I'm listening to Victorian Psycho, and it is very unhinged, which I like. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, I did. I read it. I didn't do the audiobook. Uh, but I don't know. I went so back and forth with that book, way more than I thought I would, considering how short it is. Like it's a very short book. But there were aspects of it that I really, really liked, and then there was aspects of it that I was like so ambivalent about. But the ending, like that, the whole end scene is just great. It's the most unhinged, and it's great, and I loved it. Oh, nice. Another person reading Victorian Psycho. Currently reading The Princess of 72nd Street, which I haven't heard of, so I'm gonna look up. Oh, wait, did I already look this one up before? Why does this look familiar, but not, like, familiar in that, like, I've seen it in person? It looks good. Ooh, cult classic. You know what? When something's described as a cult classic, why does it make me wanna be a part of it? If cult is used in any other in any other term, or in any other situation, I'm like, "Get me as far away from that thing as possible," but when it's considered a cult classic, I'm like, "Yeah, I wanna be in that." If you're doing audiobooks, I would definitely recommend the narrator is great. Nice. We just got home from taking our out of town to breakfast. Is this out of town, like, relatives, visitors? After our wonderful wedding yesterday. Oh, nice. I'm going to, read, and Neely is going to take a nap. Oh, that's great. Congratulations. Hey, watching with Karen and some yummy food. Hi. And some yummy tea, I've heard. Um, finished my June TBR spin book already. Oh, that's right. You had the Abby Jimenez and loved it. Nice. So glad you loved Dungeon Crawler Carl. Wow. Um, need to start book 2. Yes, book 1 was so much fun. I'm only like a couple chapters into book 2, but I'm also liking it, and I'm also literally telling everybody I know to read it. You would love Wonderthon, Sarah. You're so good at analytics and planning. Oh, thank you. And people who read long books are also needed. Pages count. That is a good point. That is a good point. I do like the whole team. I don't know. I really love all the planning that, like, clearly went into that challenge, and it's set up so cool. Okay, I do need to read The Safe Keep. Who am I kidding? I should really just put my loan in at the library. I'll be reading To Rest Our Minds and Bodies because Harriet Armstrong was one of the authors I met while in London. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Was she nice? The Safekeep was great. I absolutely loved The Story of a Heart by Dr. Rachel Clark that won the nonfiction. Oh, I'm really bad at paying attention to the nonfiction, which is crazy because I'm reading actually a lot more nonfiction than I used to, which still isn't a lot. I say a lot more, but like A Story of a Heart. Okay. I don't know why I ever select the Google Books thing. I feel like they have the worst page setup, especially for the phone, to like read any description of a book. An unforgettable and inspiring true story of how one family's grief transformed into a life-saving gift. Ooh, written by a best-selling author and palliative care doctor. Oh, okay. So heart literally, like the organ. Oh, okay. It does seem kind of sad as well. I think I would have a hard time. I'm also I sad books right now are not calling to me. I hear cult and I'm drawn in. I know. It's probably a bad thing, but, you know, I know exactly what you mean, Sarah. I think I would like it less if I were reading it, and there are some big plot holes. I'm only saying baby. Yeah, my friend and I were cracking up because we read it at, like, about the same time. We were cracking up that. If I have one more book on the International Booker and the winner left to read, do I finish the short list even though the winner was announced? Ooh. I mean, I would understand if you didn't because I've definitely done that before. Like I've made it really far and then but not quite finished it. And then like I just like lost all motivation. And typically the one that I save is either the one that's hardest to get a hold of. But usually if it's the very last one I have to read, it's because I'm like the least excited about it. Um, Yeah, maybe say which one you have left, and then maybe other people will let you know if it's good and if you should read it. Oh, DNF'd the Safe Keep. I do think I remember you talking about that. For today, I will be reading the second in the Hunger Games trilogy. I liked but didn't love the first. This one may be even better. Oh, nice. It has been a long time since I read the Hunger Game series. I'm thinking about doing probably the most ridiculous video idea I've ever had. And it would include the Hunger Games. It would include a lot of dystopian books from that time period. But it's been like on my maybe shelf for a while, but I have collected, I think, like a couple of the books that I would be reading for it. That's really the main problem is there's a lot of books that I would have to read for that video. I think I figured out that it would be like 16. And so, yeah, the idea of actually doing it while having like a full-time job just does not seem feasible. Maybe one day. But I'm glad that you are that you liked at least the first book, and hopefully you like the second one even more. I don't know what my order would be. I feel like I liked the first one the best, but if I were to read it now, I think I would probably like them more as the books went on, and that therefore liking the last one the best, if that makes sense. But as like a teenager reading it, I liked the first one probably the most. She was so sweet and seemed nervous. Oh, I love her. Oh, that is so sweet. I'm reading Immaculate Conception, 70 pages in and thinking of DNFing. The concept's interesting, but it's all over the place and I'm bored and annoyed. Fair. Very fair. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm going to say. Whenever anybody's any inklings of DNFing, I'm like, DNF. But also I have a hard time taking that advice. So I would understand if you're not ready to yet. And you never know. It could get better. There's me trying to do devil's advocate to my own argument. I'm excited to get to the story of a heart too. Nice. If you read it, make sure you have Kleenex. Yeah, it sounds sad. I really want to hear the story of the heart. I'm only hearing fantastic things. Okay, maybe I will. I'm gonna have to be in a different headspace though. I am not there right now. I think there are times that I like sad books, but I just haven't. I think Little Life is the last one that I've read that, like, going into it, I knew it was going to be sad. There's obviously other books that I've read that have had like sad parts, but like none since then that I've gone into knowing for sure that like I was going to have a hard time at certain points. I would recommend reading Heartlamp. And what else do you have left to read? Oh, my favorite nonfiction of the year. Hi, Maria. Welcome. Glad you could join us. Oh, I finished Toward Eternity by Anton Hur yesterday. It's sci-fi and I really liked it. Okay. So much better than Under the Eye of the Big Bird. Is that the other? Has he written 2 books already? Because didn't his debut was like, it feels like not that long ago. No, that's his only book. What was the other one? What is Under the Eye of the Big Bird? I want to read something by Anton Hur just because I feel like I've read so many things he's translated. Oh, it's Hiromi. Oh, that's right, because it's another. Okay. Sorry, my brain. I do know this book. It's from International Booker, right? But I read a few books that have been translated by Anton Hur. I think I have another one actually on, because I think Counterweight was translated by Anton Hur, which is like a tiny short story collection. It is now one of the oldest books on my TBR. So if I don't read it this year, it's gonna be on my 25 books to read in 2025 or 2026. Oh no, is that gonna be 26 books to read in 2026? I think so. So if I don't read it this year, I'll probably be reading it then. But I would like to read like an actual book he's read. Hi, Marcella. Love this. All the people I've met IRL are here. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to come over to the UK, guys. I want to hang out. I'm planning on a trip to Ireland with my mom, but that's the closest I'll get, I think. I think that would be in 2026. I don't know. Oh, Under the Eye of the Big Bird. That's the one you have left. Wonderthon has started. I've read over 1,000 pages in 2 days. Oh my gosh, Marcella. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You'll cry during the book, but be very happy by the end. Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I can. She is she is still in England. Oh, I only know because she's with Sarah right now. Your true self, Sarah. Not me, Sarah, obviously. For many reasons. One, I'm not in England. And two, I don't talk about myself in the third person. Sorry, I can't ride properly. I'm on the treadmill. Well, good for you. I really want one of those ones that you put under your desk. My friend has one of those, and I get very jealous when like we're playing D&D through Zoom, and I'm like seeing her walking at the same time, and there I am like sitting like this, basically in like the worst posture you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm at Sarah's right now. We're having burrito bowls for tea, and then are going to do these sprints. Nice. Oh, I love that you guys are doing these sprints together too. That makes me so happy. I have Under the Eye of the Big Book on my pile on my desk. International Booker shortlist. I really didn't like it, although I loved the long list. Okay. I did not like fully look into, I won't lie, at the International Booker books. But I'm getting very excited about, we have a little over a month to go until we get the long list for Booker. I accidentally read the short list just by reading what I like. Oh, nice. That's always a great time. Don't listen to me. A lot of people loved it. Marcel and Heather are coming to visit me in July too in Michigan. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think I realized you were in Michigan. I visited for like a long weekend once when I was living in Indiana, and it was really lovely. It was like in the middle of summer. That is the place to be in summertime. I don't know about winter. It does seem like it would get very cold. Oh, thank you. You're welcome to stay with me. Karen came and now she comes each year. Oh, BookTube post here. That's great. You are doing a service. Oh my gosh, that would be so awesome. I've been binging the live streams after recovering from surgery. Oh, I'm really excited to catch one live. Yay. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I hope that your surgery went well and you're recovering well. That is a rough time. I've only done one, but it was kind of minor. It was an enteroscopic. What is the one called where they just basically go through like one little entry point? There was technically two, but like that was it. And so I didn't have to like, and that was my knee. I didn't have to work hard to like get my range of motion back or things like that. It just like took a long time to build up the muscles and stuff again, but could have been a lot worse. It's my 3rd year. That's awesome. I love that this has become like a regular thing for you. I finished The Price of Salt by Patricia Highsmith after 2 of her books. She's not for me. Oh no, what was the other one that you read by her? I think we talked about this before. I know we talked about Patricia Highsmith before. There was just a question on Jeopardy and she was the answer and I couldn't remember for the life of me because I only just recently figured out that she was the one that wrote the talented Mr. Ripley, right? That's the one. Now I'm second guessing myself again. And that was like in essence, what the question was. And I could not remember, even though I just learned that. Best time to go. Yeah, I live walking distance from Lake Michigan. That's awesome. Oh, that's great. Yeah, in Indiana, right? There's like a tiny little bit of Lake Michigan, I think, that hits Indiana, and that's where Indiana Beach is. I use quotes because obviously I grew up in Florida, and so beach is a bit of a stretch for what they've got there. I also didn't know that you could have a beach on a lake. I'd never really thought about it before, but it was actually pretty fun. I'm also very excited about Booker. I've already set up a reading challenge for it. Oh, nice. On Storygraph without any books in it, obviously. Perfect. I should sign up for it now, just that I'm ready to go in there. I'm very much looking forward to it. Okay, I need to get up the I don't have what site do I use? Focus? I literally only use it for this. I actually have like another Pomodoro website that I use regularly, like for work purposes. Uh-oh. Why does the site look weird? Oh, it looks different than it used to. What is this? Okay, maybe if I look up Focus login. Okay, we're fine. I don't know what that was. I don't know where I was. Focus.com bad. App.focus.com good. That's what I've learned. Okay, perfect. There's my setup. Okay. I love that the first time me, Heather, and Karen went on a trip together, it was all because Heather kind of jokingly said she needed people to go to Montenegro with. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I've had a skin graft after a 3rd-degree burn, on my foot, which wouldn't heal. Been off work for 3 months, which sucks, but at least got a lot of reading done. Yeah, that's good. And hopefully now that you've gotten like surgery for it, it'll get better instead of just being like a situation that's like not healing. I know you're maybe joking, but count me in. Oh, so I was like, I like that. Talented Mr. Ripley was the other one you read. I think that's on my 100 big books bucket list poster, but there's a different Patricia Highsmith that I really want to read. It's the one that has the water on the cover. That's all I can remember. Deepwater? So, I don't know. And we went to Montenegro and Croatia. Heather doesn't joke. Whenever she randomly mentions some country and laughs, she's dead serious. I was very much the same way. And also I would, if ever my friends did that, I would take them like probably too seriously. And that's how I went on a few of my trips. That's how I got myself invited on a few of my trips with friends. But since the move, I've been like in money saving mode. So the only trips I've been taking have been trips for family reasons. I hope Heather makes a comeback for Shorty September. Oh yeah, that's Zuko. Hanging out in the window. That was the first time I met with Marcella when we just went off to Montenegro together. I had a very similar trip. I went to Morocco with one person that I kind of knew very briefly, and then 2 other people that I did not know at all. And it was honestly a great time. Also, when I went to Thailand and Indonesia, I went with like my best friend, and she had also invited another friend of hers that I had never met. And I knew that the 2 of us were going to be like rooming together because my best friend's husband was there initially for like part of the trip. She was like on sabbatical, so she was there for a long time. She had like several different friends coming out to meet her. I also backpacked for the first time in the middle of nowhere with a book tour I'd never met before. That's great. That I would definitely do. Where are you traveling this summer? Just for family stuff. Well, we have people from Florida that are coming to stay with us in July. So that's not like a trip where we're going anywhere, but it does feel like a vacation because I'm so excited to see them. And then in August, I think I'm going to North Carolina because my mom is going to be in a play there. She's in she got cast as Mother Superior in Sound of Music. So I think I'm going to go there and watch her in that, which will be really fun. And that's where they live out there. So hopefully I can do some hiking too. But yeah, besides that, I think that's really it. I don't think there's any big travel plans. I'm hoping to do like some camping and stuff and just some cheaper stuff around here. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Yes, Watersmith. That. I'm still sad I couldn't go with you to Montenegro because I just spontaneously decided to move countries instead. That'll do it. Booktubers are really good traveling buddies because they need they know that there needs to be reading time. That is a great point. That's honestly why I love traveling with my best friend because we'll always like have large periods of time where it's just like, and then we will chill on the beach. And what we know that that means we're gonna read. We're gonna read by the beach. And also, she's always cool for like, if we're like, you know what, we just need a nap today. She gets it. Yeah, introvert time. It's good. It helps reset. Now it feels like Tom Lake. Love that. Yeah, she used to do a lot of theater, and then she stopped when we were young. Well, really, when my brother was young, I wasn't even in the picture yet. Um, and then she's been doing a little bit more recently, which is really exciting. But yeah, I remember like telling her that I wanted to try doing theater, and she was so shocked because she never really talked to me about how the fact that she did theater. Um, and so that was really fun. Very good point. For some reason, it never clicked that actors could be so inspiring. Yeah. My mother-in-law was in shock over all my books. Love that. Yeah, actually, I guess you could call her my mother-in-law now. Well, technically we're common law married, so that counts. But she is in a book club, which is very exciting because my mom doesn't read much, although she's thinking about getting back into reading now that she's thinking about retiring. So I think that that would be a lot of fun. I've already got I'm like starting to think of like recommendations now that I know that she's interested. But it has been fun that my mother-in-law does read some books, so she actually has given me some. My mom gets mad at me for having 100 books. Okay. That's a weird thing to get mad about. And that is funny though. Okay. We need to do some reading. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, and then where's my whole setup for this? There we go. 200 pages into Quicksilver. Nice. I've been thinking about reading that one. That seems like a fun fantasy. That's it. 100 books is not that much. Yeah, especially in this community. I have over 1,000 books. Wow. So you have a full library, right? That's the number that's been going around on YouTube is or on BookTube is that 1,000 books means that you have a library. I don't know how many books I have, but I know that I own 150 that I haven't read. And I would guess that I own maybe another 75 that I have read and that are like favorites. Oh wait, but I have all the books that I've read this year because now I'm doing this thing where I keep all the books that I read in a year, unless I give them to like a friend or something that wants to read them. And then I'll go through them at the end of the year because that was really fun this year. So I want to do that again. But it's taking up a lot of space, so I don't know how many years I'm going to be able to do that for. Okay, let's do it. Let's start our first sprint. I'm going to see how far I can get in this bad boy in 40 minutes. And it's going to be great. It's going to be fine. And I'm fine. Okay. Happy reading, everyone. Okay, how did we do? I made it to page 130 and I started on page 108. Is that right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I put it in the thumbnail. So decent progress, over 20 pages, which I feel like is actually pretty good for me in this book. For this, I am listening and reading at the same time, which is helping a lot because this book is such a mixed bag. Like some sections are very easy to read, and like especially the ones that take place at the tennis academy, like I feel like I fully know what's going on, who we're with, and all of that. And there's typically more dialogue that happens, or like at least more thinking about like grander things, and like to really like sink your teeth into. And then there's just like these other sections that are like, I don't understand why they're there. They seem irrelevant. And like for a while, I was like, okay, it'll just like come. I'll figure out like why this is here. Um, but I just never did. Like I don't know. I still don't know. Maybe it'll become apparent like further into the book than I am, but I don't know. I and some of them are like the voices of them. So I'm back in. I think this is the second time we got this one. It's fully written in Ebonics, which already I always feel weird when we have a white author writing in Ebonics. Um, Especially because it's a very specific type of person that's being written in these sections. And I don't know. I don't know. So that's the section I just like ended in the middle of. And I was having a good time before that. And then I got to that and I was like, oh, I don't want to do this again. It's so, I don't know. But I think that's the time when the audio really helps because I feel that way and I'm like, well, it's just going to keep pushing me though. Okay. When I bought my condo, I turned the basement into a library/office. That's great. Yes, that's what I want. I think my ideal, my ideal in a house would be that we would have like rooms that could be an office for each of us. Um, and then there would be another one that would be like the library slash guest room. So kind of like I've got this here now, and I do have my bookshelves in here. So this is like the guest room basically, but it's also my office. If I could just do like library, like bookshelves and a bed, and like that's where people would stay when they come over, so that like it's at least kind of a mixed use room. I think that would be really nice. Um, and then basement for games. And like a really cool like TV setup for like VR and things like that. That would be really fun. We both have VR like setups, but like we just don't have anywhere to really play most games. Like some games, yeah, but not like the ones where you need more space to like move around and everything. I gave up on Immaculate Conception at 100 pages, soft DNF, and picking up the Haunting of Hill House because I want to watch the Netflix series. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. I actually haven't read The Haunting of Hill House. I do own it because I watched the series. I've seen it several times. I love Mike Flanagan. I love the shows that he's created. That's another like very large video project that I'm working on. It's something to do with his stuff. It's not The Haunting of Hill House, but a different show. But yeah, I love his stuff. So I'm excited for you because I think Haunting of Hill House is like, it's definitely one of my favorites of his. So that's awesome. I'm excited to read Haunting of Hill House as well. And then I think that I want to do it like close to Halloween time, read that and then rewatch the show. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Had dinner and listened to about 10 minutes of The Boys in the Boat. Nice. Up to page 125 on Quicksilver and casted on number 9. Camisole designed by My Favorite Things Knitwear. Ooh. Ugh, something I want to look up. I love knitting and crocheting projects. Too much. I just went through all of the yarn that I have, and it was way more than I thought that I would have, especially, like, after moving, because I got rid of almost everything before we moved, and to see how much I've already accumulated since then. Okay, apologies, everybody, I must look this up. Ooh, I can't find it. Okay, I'm gonna do more looking later. I found somebody talking about it on Reddit, and that's all I've got so far. But I'll look into it later. Um, how's the audio for Boys in the Boat? The Boys in the Boat. Uh, 15 pages of my history book. Oh, fun. You know what? Oh my gosh, I would have loved to have something like this when I was in school and we had to do, like, the reading of, like, textbook stuff. I feel like that would have been so much easier or just, like, nicer to, like, be around other people that were doing it. I still sometimes, watch, like, study with me YouTubers while I'm doing work, um, especially if there's not, like, a reading sprint happening because there's always some study with me sprint happening. And those really help to just be like, okay, other people are also doing work. Also, just joining my co-working space really helped because I've been doing that for a little over a month now, maybe 2 months. I don't know. But that's really nice to be around other people that are working and like doing that during my workday is a lot. It's really nice. If I don't need like my big monitor, then that's where I prefer to be. Finished my walking and tried not to die since it's so hot today. Oof. Yeah, I was just in Arizona and it was hot. I was very happy to get back here. It's still definitely hot here, but it's not desert hot. Arizona is desert hot. That it is a literal desert out there. It always kind of shocks me. Like, man, you guys are literally living in a desert. What is this place? Hi, Michael. Welcome. I'm working on the fourth Ender's Game book, Children of the Mind. I don't like it so far, but do nothing. I don't know if it feels bad. Yeah, especially that far into a series. I read Ender's Game and it wasn't my favorite. I feel bad about that though. That's a book that I'm upset that I didn't like more than I did. Or maybe just that I didn't like in general. Um But I also think maybe if I'd read it, like, younger or something, I would have liked it more. Enjoying the safe keep. It is so Dutch and blunt. Love that. I really want to a reread of The Haunting of Hill House. Ooh, that would be fun. That's good to know, though, that you've already read it and you wanna reread it. The Haunting of Hill House is one of my favorite pieces of horror media ever. Oh, nice. The show? I'm assuming media. I guess books could be media, right? Can they? I don't know. But show-wise, same. It's so, 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 so good. This is about the boys in the boat. It's read by the actor who plays Richard Gilmore in The Gilmore Girls. How cool. I was just reading The Things We Lost. So far, so beautiful. It needs some booktube hype. Oh, I met her at an event and she was lovely. I don't know if I know The Things We Lost. Yeah, apparently it does need more love because I looked up The Things We Lost and it's like a million other results first. There we go. Oh, maybe because I didn't say the things that we lost. I really like the book cover. Winner of the 2021 #MurkyBooks New Writers Prize, which I've never heard of. Nick has lots of questions about his late father, but knows better than to ask his mother, Ivani. It's their unspoken rule. When his grandfather dies, Nick has the opportunity to learn about the man he never met. Armed with a key and new knowledge about his parents' past, Nick sets out to unlock the secrets that his mother has been holding onto his whole life. As the carefully crafted Ivani has painted crafted portrait Avani has painted, oh my gosh, for her sons begins to crack and painful truths emerge. Can the two of them find their way back to each other? Ooh, that does sound good. Yeah, only 706 ratings on Goodreads. I would read that, especially if the author's nice. I love nice authors. I thought the book was fun. I read it last month. Nice. That would be maybe that can be a around Halloween stream, is reading Haunting of Hill House together. The setup of your dream house sounds perfect. It does to me too. Oh, and to include more of what Curtis wants, we would also need a garage with a workbench area. Then it's perfect. I'm using a walking pad for under my desk, but every time I'm using that term, my American friends don't know what I'm talking about. So I started saying treadmill, but for me, that's something else. Yeah, I think I would understand walking pad. And yeah, treadmill feels more like something that's separate from like a desk area. But I did if or and a lot of people say treadmill desk. I know that that's a thing, but that's like attached together. Actually, my office in Indianapolis had one of those. Just like, but you had to like bring your laptop in there into a tiny room with a tiny treadmill desk. I'm normally a crocheter too, but I've recently started patchwork and I'm obsessed. Ooh. Maybe I need to start doing patchwork. Yeah, I mostly do crocheting. I learned knitting first in high school. I was in knitting club because I was very cool. Um, Also, that was the best after school activity. I went to a boarding school, so you had to have an after school activity every season. So it's 3 a year basically. And the most chill ones, that was one of the most chill ones, was knitting club. You basically showed up, you learned how to knit, you got free yarn, which was great. Oh, also we had one of our teachers like would get real wool that would be like sheared from sheeps by like friends that he knew, and not sheep. Um, and, uh, and then he would make yarn out of it, and then his wife would dye the yarn. They were the coolest. They also had two huge dogs. The what are those mountain dogs called? Why can't I remember? They're like my favorite kind of dog. They're super slobbery. That's not my favorite part about them. They just are. It's not Bernese Mountain Dogs. That's a different thing. It's the ones that like in the olden times, they would have like the whiskey on their neck. Believe it or not, I'm actually currently reading Homefire, which is my June TBR spin book. Yay, look at you. So caught up. Homefire was good. I read that last year. I loved Ender's Game, but I've liked each book after less and less. I'm stopping here, so I'll probably DNF and Google the ending. Yeah, I mean, that would be my recommendation. But I'm a big proponent of it, so. Yay! I think Princess of 72nd Street will be a 5-star read. Great news. Oh, I have been crushing it with the 5 stars. I think it's just because I've like fully leaned into just what I want to read recently. It's crazy how that works. But also I feel like right now I want to read like all of the fantasy books that I super want to read, or really any genre that's not literary fiction right now, because I know that Booker's coming and then it's going to be like all literary fiction. And I'm not going to be like, reading these other books. So I feel like right now I'm focusing on like the ones that I want to read the most that aren't literary fiction, which right now happens to be fantasy. I'm about 100 pages from the end of Catching Fire. I'm kind of bummed this section is so similar to that part of book 1. Ooh. I'm trying to think of when things happen. I'm not gonna say anything because I feel I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm worried. I don't want to say words. Finished a cup of coffee and read 27 pages. Nice. Yeah, I'm still working on mine and it's getting cold. I'm so bad at drinking my coffee fast. Leonard Pitts Jr. is the author I think needs to be hyped more. That would be a fun video to do, like authors that need more attention. So let me look this up because maybe I'll include him in my if I do a video like that. I should do that. Just like reading books from authors that other people suggest because they're not hyped enough. Does that make sense? It can be a better I can say that better. Okay, what books has he written? The Last Thing You Surrender, 54 Miles, a novel. Which one would you recommend? I'm curious. Oh, Murky Books is a Penguin imprint? Huh. I did not know that. Thought I knew all the Penguin imprints. There's too many. By Stormzy, who's a UK grime musician, and it's for BIPOC authors. Oh, cool. He's very cool, so I'm glad that he promotes reading. Yeah, I do know Stormzy. That's awesome. I did not know he had a Penguin imprint. That's crazy. A walking pad is different than a treadmill. I'm American. Yeah, I felt like that, but like I don't know. Oh, Marcella, yes, St. Bernard's. Yes, thank you. Thank you, that was killing me. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Storms years ago, yes. Especially if he's promoting reading. July is going to be my NetGalley catch-up month. I need a month like that. Oh, maybe I should do that, actually. I don't know. Not allowing myself to read anything else to keep my percentage my percent feedback up. Yeah, I mean, mine's not bad. It's not terrible. It's just not I prefer to have it be, like, very high. Because I don't like to request things and not read them, like, that feels bad. But I do think some of them that have been lingering for a very long time, I'm maybe just not as excited about as I thought. So I think I just need to start them and, like, see, maybe it is something that I'm gonna like, or maybe it's gonna be something that I want to DNF, which I feel bad about for NetGalley, but I think it's better to have that than, like, a book that you never try at all and then talk about. I think I've only had, like, 1 or 2 that's happened like that on NetGalley, and I've, like, written a review and said, why I DNF'd and everything, which I still think is helpful information, but it feels a little bad. But, gotta be honest. Oh, never mind. I assume that was right after I said, not Bernese Mountain Dogs. That's not what I'm thinking of. Yes, St. Bernard's. Thank you. I'm currently reading A Stark Few by Alexis Patton. It's an indie book and it's okay, but I'm having fun with it. Good. I guess good. Okay, The Last Thing You Surrender. Good to know. Let me add it to my little notes. Thank you. It's fast-paced and cinematic, but has depth, Black story of World War II and racism, etc. Awesome. Can I just say that I'm so happy that we have such a nice community here since you started the live streams? Yeah, I am loving it. I am also very, very happy about this. For a long time, I was interested in the idea of doing live shows, but it just made me nervous because I didn't know if people would show up. And like, what do you do? What do you do if no one shows up? But yeah, it's wonderful having regulars coming back all the time. It's so great. You caught me. I actually had watched the whole thing and then read The Fall of the House of Usher, which I think I did read before in like high school, but I didn't remember any of it. But yes, that is why I read it just recently. And I actually have a full collection now of Edgar Allan Poe's stories because that show has like a ton of references to different Poe stories. And just happens to be named The Fall of the House of Usher. So I think it would be fun to like go through all of the references. Because even like the funeral scenes and stuff, the like actual I can't remember if it's a priest or just like pastor. I'm pretty sure it's in a Catholic church. The priest is like quoting from Edgar Allan Poe as like a part of the funeral, which I think is hilarious. Um, so yes, that is why I just recently read it. Was because I had watched the show and I'm thinking about reading everything that's been referenced. Hi Sam, welcome in. You only missed one sprint and we're about to start the second one. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I might do just audiobook and then work on some of the visuals for my next video because I need to redo a lot because I'm doing some of the version 2 Herkiad prompts. So I think that's what I'm going to do, or I'm at least going to see if I can. If I can't focus enough, then I'll just switch back to only reading. But I'm going to attempt it and see how that works. And it might be a case where some chapters I can do that and some chapters I need to look at it because it's very back and forth. Oh, Sacrament is a good pre-situation book about a nun who returns to the scene of a crime after many years. Takes place in Iceland. Ooh. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I've read a book that takes place in Iceland. Okay. Love it. Thank you. Another reading sprint live show where I just get my TBR just gets longer and longer. Okay. Is it called The Sacrament by Olafsson? Wow, that's a fun name. Because the cover looks like that would be the description of the book. Yeah, I think that's it. And also that sounds like the most Icelandian name I've ever seen. Just so casually. Yeah. I'm doing both. I'm doing okay. One, I'm starting a Patreon. I did not plan on announcing it in this video. I was planning or in this stream, I was planning on having that be announced in my video coming out this week. But that's what I'm doing. And the first video that's going to be up there, like for patrons only, is going to be a very in the weeds discussion of which prompts I want to pick from. And it's really me working through which prompts I'm picking from version 1 and which prompts I'm picking from version 2 to combine to be one Herkiad. But then so I'm not like going into detail about it in episode 2, but I am going to have prompts from each, and I talk about it a little bit obviously because you can't just like switch over. Especially because some of the rules work differently. The biggest thing I think that's going to be different, which I also think is going to be way easier to talk about in the videos, is the doubling up rule, which in the past was a little bit more confusing to follow. But now for version 2, like the rule is that you can double up any prompts you can double up, but you can only use one book for 2 squares, for 2 prompts total. So I think that's going to be a lot easier to show in the video, which will be nice. But that did mean that I had to rework because I want to follow that rule instead of the old doubling up rule. So I had to rework also my first month of reading for the challenge. And I think I'm going to do the full 15 months unless I'm like crushing it. So basically taking the time that I started early for version 2 and then the full version 2 time. I always write a note to the publisher when I'm DNFing an arc and I didn't get the impression that this has been received badly. Oh, good. And if it would be to their own disadvantage. Yeah, true. That's a good point. Oh, Amelia, you're so right. It weirdly feels bad because I almost feel like I've been entrusted with like this thing when I've been given an arc, either through NetGalley or like, been sent. But yeah, I like that way of looking at it. Okay, good. Olaf, it is on my TBR, my unowned TBR list now. Oh, yay. Good. I've been thinking about starting it for a long time, but I was like, "I don't know if anybody wants this." So I'm glad, I'm glad. Uh, oh, that's awesome. Actually also dropping yes. I think with Herkyed, it really was like, "Oh, I have so many things that I wanna do for this and, like, things that I wanna talk about that are so granular and ridiculous that I feel like, it's things that I would really like to see, but I don't feel like they always make the most compelling YouTube videos. But for people that do wanna see that, like, I think that that would be fun. For people like me that are really into that nonsense. Now I feel like I'm cheating with the old doubling up rule. I know it's funny, but I do think it'll be more helpful than not in the long run. I don't know. I don't know. Because there were, like, quite a few books that I was like, "Oh, this fits 2 of the harder prompts, and it's annoying that I can't use it for both because they're more difficult to get." And the most important question, will there be a book club? Yes, that is that is going to be a part of it. So I think that July would be the first month of that because I do wanna have, like, the ability to vote on it and everything. And I'm thinking that the August one would be one of the Booker books and, like, just voting on which of the ones that we're most excited about from the long list. That way it kinda, like, helps us do 2 things. Okay, yay, I'm glad people are excited about that. Whew. Um, anyways, let's read more. So yeah, I'm gonna try to work on some visuals for the prompts that I don't already have visuals for. Um, and I'll be sharing those out again in the next video through Canva if you're curious and want to use them. Because there are some fun new prompts that are a part of version 2 that I'm excited to like incorporate. Okay, reading time. Happy reading, everyone. Okay, second reading sprint done. Oh, actually, I'm gonna mute and move my mic real quick. Since my mic is just on a stand, it makes so much noise, or it picks up so much noise if I just like move it around. I'm gonna have to get one of those big fancy like arms that comes in because I think that those are better for audio, especially if I'm like using my desk at the same time. Oh, hi, welcome in. Intrigued by the title. Yes, it is quite the beefy book. I am speaking of. I got to page 154 and I think I started that sprint at 130. So it seems like I'm pretty reliably getting like just over 20 pages done per sprint, which isn't terrible. Man, that's crazy. That means every page takes like 2 minutes to get through. But getting there. And get at the 150 mark. Actually, that does seem great. I'm reading 221163 and volume 2 of Vinland Saga. Oh, okay. I just realized that the title of because I assume that's Stephen King's book, which in the US is titled 11/22/63, but that's because that's how we write our dates, is month, day, year instead of day, month, year. I never really thought about that though. In other countries, they would like swap it. That is a Stephen King book that I really want to read. There's like a couple that like I do. There was a time in my life when I was like, I'm gonna read every Stephen King book, which is silly. There's far too many, and they're not all good. Let's be real. Like to write that quickly and that long of books, they're not all gonna be winners. Um, but the big ones I feel like are pretty reliable, and that one I always hear great things about. I have Misery, which I definitely want to read. I'd like to read Carrie, Pet Cemetery. There's a few of them that I really do want to read. Read 33 pages in Last Night of the Telegraph Club. I feel like I heard so much about that for so long and then like nothing for a while. How are you liking it? Only read a couple of pages and made dinner. Ooh, Reading the River Has Roots. I have about 55 pages left. I I did a soft, very early DNF of that book. I like started it. I had it from the library. I started reading it and I was like, I am not in the right frame of mind to be reading this. I think I was also scared when I realized that it's one of the authors from This Is How You Lose a Time War, which I like really hated. I know a lot of people really love that book. I feel like it's a very divisive book, but I am on the negative side of that. So then that like worried me even more. So I'm not saying I wouldn't read it, but like it wasn't even a book that I owned. I just picked it up from the library and I tried and I was like, this is not, I can't even focus on this right now. It felt very ambiguous. But I'm hoping you like it. You're close to the end, so that's good. I will be able to finish in the next sprint, but I've also got to pin up my laundry. Oh, if you had the audiobook, then you could do both at once. Like me. I did make some good progress in making some visuals for while listening to the audiobook. And for the most part, it worked there at the last section that started playing. I was like, okay, I need to be like looking at this and listening to it at the same time. It was one of those. So I'll probably start next sprint with doing the same until we get to the end of that chapter. And then I'll go back to just listening and working on the visuals again for the video, for this week's video. Really liking Hill House, 23 pages in. Nice. Jackson is so good at developing characters. This is such a fun read. Oh, that's great. There's another book that I want to read by her too. I feel like it's the other one that's talked about a bunch, and I can't remember what the name of it is. I can picture it in my head though. So that's good to hear. I got to page 150 and things are finally getting somewhat interesting. All right. That's good. Hi, everyone. I'm procrastinating finishing my report cards. Nice. And reading The Murder of Mr. Wickham. Ooh, is this based off of Wickham from Pride and Prejudice? Because that sounds like a fun book. That book is immense. um, are you? This could be really about Infinite Jest or the Stephen King book because that book is also immense. Although I'm sure much more readable than this one is. I am 20% into the save keep, but only because I got distracted by messages. Fair. Is the book long and hard, or is it just long? I would say long and hard. I would say both. There's the chapters that are in the tennis club because it's the way that it's like marketed or like the synopses or when you hear other people talk about like roughly what the book is about, which it is mostly about. It's like halfway takes place at this elite tennis academy and halfway takes place at this recovery center. And so far of those two, I've mostly seen the tennis academy, but there's also a lot of like other random chapters that are just like tangential, sometimes seemingly completely irrelevant. So while yes, it does mostly take place in those two, I'm assuming I did just get to the recovery center this time. I got to see a little bit of it. Um, so there's I the portions that are at the tennis academy are I think the easiest for me anyways to read. And those don't feel difficult at all. They tend to have like pretty interesting conversations about like being in such a competitive place while they're all like it's an individual sport, but they're all there together, but really they're all like against each other. So all of that I think is probably the easiest, most accessible to read. All the other stuff. Mm. I'm still yeah, I'm very much debating. I don't know if I'll make it through the whole book. I'm holding out hope for also getting to the like seeing more of the recovery center and seeing how I feel about that because I feel like that's also such a big part of this book that I want to know. Cuz if it was even if it was just all tennis academy, I think that I would be able to like get through this whole thing and enjoy it. Oh, there was also a really good section that I just got through that was like talking about video calls like taking over for phone calls, and I did find that pretty interesting and like um this in the book because this is like slightly in the future but from when it was written, so obviously it's like an imagination and video calls have become more of a thing. I wouldn't say that people tend to reach for that before doing like regular calls. Maybe some people do, but I very rarely do unless I have something specific to show. But it's talking about like being able to mask and like show like almost a nicer edited version of yourself and everything. And then even like to the point of being able to do like whatever you want with your appearance. But then people don't want to go out in public anymore because they looked so good on video camera. And that's how everybody's like used to seeing them that like they don't want to see them in person anymore. I only just started it, but it's intriguing so far. Okay, gotcha. Stephen King is hit or miss for me. Yeah, same. Some of his books are favorites of all time or all-time favorites, and others were meh for me. Yeah, The Green Mile was very meh for me. I didn't really like that book. Um, The Shining was good. I think that was one of my favorite. It was too long. I think there was a lot that could have been cut, which is fine. Speaking of a lot that could have been cut, The Stand. I read the version of it that he published like 10 years later that included 400 pages that his editor had him cut for the first published version. And I agree with the editor. Should have been cut. Should have cut more than 400 pages. That book is far too long. Like, and it's good. It would be good. That's the annoying thing I think about Stephen King. I feel like a lot of his books could have used like more editing down. But especially at this point in his career, like no one's gonna say that. Like, I don't know if anybody's gonna be like, "Hey, cut 400 pages anymore." Um, but I think my favorite of his was probably Under the Dome. I really liked that one, which is, I mean, newer, I guess. It's not like from like the more classic era of his books, I would say. It's from like just after that. But I really liked that one. I've read so many King books in my teens. Oh, so lately I picked up Doctor Sleep because I remember liking Shining so much, but I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I do kind of want to read Doctor Sleep. I don't know anymore. It's still technically on my series tracker, but I don't it's not one of those ones where I'm like, "Oh yeah, I gotta pick it up," you know? I did like The Shining, the book, better than the movie, but also I'm not a big, Kubrick fan. Um, I don't really like his style of movie, which I feel like it's a very unpopular opinion, but there it is. I'm reading The Sailor from Gibraltar by Marguerite Duras. Only 50 pages left. Nice. Awesome. How are you liking it? I decided to read a little of Infinite Jest. The Ebonics section was cringy, but that that man can write. Yeah, that is when I have the hardest time during any Ebonics section. And I will say, I really I want his short story collection. Um, had I feel like I talk about this every time I read this book on stream. Uh, what is it? Brief interviews with hideous men. I was going to say brief history, and I was like, I don't think that's right. Brief interviews with hideous men by him is one of my favorite like books collections of all time. It might be my favorite short story collection, just in general. I really loved that. So that's why I really wanted to read Infinite Jest. And also, it's just like one of those books that uh, I don't know is had such an impact on literature and also on like readers. But I gotta say, and then in the beginning, I was reading, like in the foreword, it was talking about how like some people are like, they love the novels he's written. Some people love the short stories that he's written. And like, usually that's the two camps. And then some people just love Infinite Jest. Um, and I might just be one of the short story people. I don't know yet though, which is, I thought that I would really like the chapters that were kind of like random and not like in the main meat of the story because I liked his short stories so much, but they're very hit or miss for me. It's a murder mysteries series featuring the children of Jane Austen couples. 100% recommend. Oh my gosh, that sounds great. Thank you for that recommendation. I I would love that. I just realized my message is such what she said moment. What? Are you maybe that I just said okay. Are you enjoying it? I feel like I happened to answer this one before you before you would ask. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I am fully open to the idea of possibly DNFing it, but I do want to still give it more time. I'm not far enough along to say whether or not I want to do that. Every big book by King could be shorter. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. It was a Valentine's Day gift. Oh, nice. Oh, that is a great gift. Especially when people can give you like a book you're actually interested in. I feel like that's kind of hard for people, especially if they're not readers themselves. So I think it's easier for a reader to give a reader a gift of a book, but otherwise it's very difficult. My favorite essay by anyone is a supposedly fun thing I'd never do again. Oh, where he talks about how much he dislikes cruise ships. Okay, I need to read this. Because I was literally just talking about my dislike of cruise ships yesterday. And maybe they're the more like Americanized versions of cruise ships. My eyes have been opened that there are different kinds out there than like Royal Caribbean and Carnival. I've been on one cruise. I'm glad I went. I'm glad I experienced it. There were parts of it that I liked, but like overall. Ooh. His shorter ones usually work better for me apart from It. I do really want to read It too. That's another one. Yeah, I think I only have one of his short ones, which is somebody's name's in it. Tom Gordon, The Girl Who Loved Tom Gordon, which I think I did a video on The Green Mile and a few people had recommended that one to me. So he doesn't read himself, but knew I love this author. It was a smart choice. That's the way you do it. If you don't read a ton, but you know a reader and you know a favorite author of theirs and like a book they haven't read, that's the way you do it. Love it. I want to do the Rhine River cruise, but they're expensive as hell. That does seem like it would be cool. But yeah, yeah, so expensive. Uh, but yeah, I had a fun time during the one cruise I went on. But it did make me feel like I didn't want to go on another cruise. So I would love to read that short story or essay. I read that collection with the short story about the cruise ship too. That's actually how I found DFW. Nice. Okay. See, yeah, there is some love for him. This book is a little ridiculous. But we'll see. I'm holding out hope. Also, there's so many comments that I got that were like, "You need to get to at least this amount to decide," which I both I'm happy to receive those comments, but also I understand anybody who's like, "I'm not gonna put in that effort." I feel like people say that about series a lot too, like, "Oh, just get through the first book and then it'll get good." And it's like, "Okay, how am I gonna read like a whole first book?" Or TV series, but also I do feel that way about a lot of TV series that I love. So I get it. I get it. And I also get why people would be annoyed by it. Okay. Let's do another sprint. See how far I can get this time. And hopefully after this chapter I'll be able to get back into just listening and working on the visuals. But for right now, I think I need to focus in on this because it was not sinking in with just listening. All right. Ooh, okay, wait. I want more information on this. There's an embarking point for a river cruise in my city. Ooh, and the people going on them are definitely giving a certain vibe. I know that vibe because I lived in Tampa, Florida, and that is a huge cruise hub for those like heading off on cruises. Huge. Oh my gosh. But yes, totally understand. I do have a story graph. Oh, it's not linked in this I just realized that. I don't think I have it linked in any of the live stream descriptions. I'll start doing that actually going forward. That's a good reminder. But it is linked in, I think, in all of my other videos. But it is just my channel name. So Freshly Read Books, no spaces, I think. I can't remember. It might be spaces, but it's that. So if you want to look it up, feel free. We can be friends. Oh, nice. You're starting Infinite Jest next week. Good luck. I feel like I still am just starting it and I'm 150 pages in. Okay. Speaking of, time to get further. Happy reading, everyone. Okay, next sprint done. Or last sprint? Not the last. We're doing one more sprint. Okay, so I made it to page 172. I feel like it's starting to look like I'm actually in the middle of this book. So that's good. Part of me wants to see if I can make it to page 200 in the next sprint. But also, I just made it to a chapter break, which was like kind of perfect timing. And I might instead work on some editing for the last sprint of this. And then just say, it's kind of kismet that it ended where it did, right at the chapter break. Also, I'm kind of over it today. I feel like, I don't know. I think I just got a lineup of like some very dense stuff. But when I tell you, thank goodness I was listening to this portion, because it was literally just like this for so many pages. Like just stream of consciousness. Although I have to say the audiobook was also a little bit tough on that one, because there's like some sighing that happens in it, and like the narrator's doing a great job. Also like gulping of a drink. And I'm not one of those people that likes ASMR. Especially like mouth noises. Ugh, did not like that. But I also think I would have had a hard time just straight reading that section without the audiobook, because it was just blocks of text. So yeah, I I think I'm just over it for today. But I will probably do one more. I think I figured out how much I need to do each month of this if I do end up like actually reading the full thing in order to finish it by the end of 2025. For those of you that are newer here, I'm trying to, this is one of the books on my 25 books to read in 2025 list. It is the most intimidating. I didn't go this crazy for anything else. I lined up basically everything else I have with other goals that I have. But this has been on my TBR for so long, and I've been too intimidated to pick it up. So I told myself if I didn't read it this year, I was unhauling it. I was getting rid of it. It wasn't going to sit there anymore, intimidating me and staring at me from my bookshelf. So I have to finish it before 2025 if I'm going to finish it at all, like before the end of the year. But also, I don't want this to be the only book I'm reading, because then I won't read anything else for a very long period of time. So I've been doing it in these sprints. And I think I figured out how much I have to read each month in order to make it. So I think I might do one more of these sprints. We'll get to that like point, and then I can continue if I want. I can do whatever else if I want. But for today, I'm over it. So I'm going to probably edit. Hi, welcome in, Ravi. Finish The River Has Roots. It's fably not my favorite. Okay, that's good to know. I think that it's not for me. Fably books are not for me. I think I've learned that. And there are so many that I've read that I've really, really wanted to like, because I like the author and like other stuff that they've done, or because a bunch of people read it or something like that, and really love it. But I just don't think it's for me. And so even though that book is so short and the synopsis sounds like something I would like, it was on my anticipated releases for the year, but like I think that this kind of confirms for me that it's not for me. I'm 25% into Homefire. I'm liking it, but I'm not blown away. That's kind of about how I felt. So next I'm going to pick up on the calculation of volume 3. Nice. Yeah, I think that that's generally how I felt. There was one section, maybe it was like the third quarter of the book, that was like my favorite, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it was like between where you're at and like the halfway point. It was somewhere there, like in the middle. That was my favorite part of the book. It is not live yet. Technically the Patreon exists, but it's not live. I didn't want to make it live until I had like a video on there. And also I still need to like alter a few things. I want to have like a welcome message on there, that kind of stuff. But it should be live by Friday because that's when my next video is going up, and that's the video that I'm actually like officially announcing it. But I love that you're already looking for it. That makes me very happy. Read another 47 pages in last night at the Telegraph Club. It's fun. Oh, good. I'm glad that you're liking it. I feel for the narrator of Infinite Jest. Yeah, for real. Oh my gosh. And like during that part, he had to like break down crying. Like it's basically this big speech from father to son. And honestly, kudos to the narrator because he did a great job. He did such a good job that it made me uncomfortable. Read up to 252 of Quicksilver, really enjoying it. Yay. Okay, good. I think that one, I think it's already on my to read list on Storygraph. Speaking of Storygraph, I saw a bunch of your friend requests. Thank you. Now we're friends. Now we're Storygraph official. Do you remember Facebook official when when people used to say that? Like, oh, you're Facebook official? Like you say you're in a relationship on Facebook? That's the same thing, but we're Storygraph official friends. Let me make sure Quicksilver is on my I think I first heard of this when a friend had recommended it to me. Who our like tastes align a lot with fantasy and like romance fantasy. Or actually, I think she really likes like romantasy, but she knows which of those to recommend to me, if that makes sense. Like she's fully in the genre, but she also knows like what I like in it. Which is great. It is great to have a friend in specific genres that know what you like in those genres. And they are like fully in it. So they know all the stuff. Finish one more chapter of 11/22/63. Oh, and you're the other way now. And it was a filler, to be honest. Ugh. Steven, what are you doing? Also, dance with a tween for no reason at all. Oh, the main character dance with it. Ooh, ew. Don't like that. Anyways, I'll get through this. I hear good things about it in general, like as a whole. Don't love random dance scenes with teenagers. I'm pretty sure the main character of that is not a teenager. So weird behavior. Okay. I can't even decide what I want to edit. I don't think I have enough together to edit Friday's video without the like main voiceover and stuff part. So actually maybe I'll go through the Patreon video. Ooh, exciting. And Zuko is now talking to me every once in a while. Whenever I start talking, he starts meowing from the back. I don't think that my mic would pick it up because it's these little meows, but he just wants attention. Really enjoying the safe keep, excellent queer sexual tension, and lots of secrets to be unveiled. Ooh. Oh, that does sound so good. And this is a great month for it. It's Pride Month. Let's just see. Let's just see from my library where it's at, what the weight's looking like. Not bad. 7-week wait for my old library. Oh, the audiobook's only got a 3-week wait. And what about my current library? Ebook at a 9-week wait. Let's just put in the holds. There's no harm in putting in a library hold. Okay, there we go. Oh, I had tagged these too. That was probably when I was like kind of considering. I'm picking up notes of a crocodile for the next sprint. It's due back at the library soon. Smart. Did you guys see her acceptance speech? I did not. Was it good? Hopefully. Yes, it did just win the women's prize. And oddly, not a long wait list here. Or in Florida at the Florida library. I'm still for a little bit longer, I'm still technically, uh, a a library card holder for there. Actually, I have to there's a ton of libraries around me that will give library cards to anybody with a Colorado license plate, and I need to, like, take advantage of that. I need to go around and just collect library cards, um, because once I lose people use the library here a lot more, or at least are more interested in the books that I'm interested in here than in Florida. So the wait lists are much longer. So I need to make sure that I like spread spread myself between the libraries. Ooh, okay. I will go and watch it then. I'm a card holder to libraries all over the country. Nice, great job. I know there's like those like methods to getting library cards from like other places too. I need to look more into those. Loved her interview on BBC Women's Hour. I think she's going to be a new powerhouse. I can't believe this is a debut. Ooh, okay. I'm excited. I love seeing somebody new come up and just like blow up immediately. That's awesome. Okay. I am going to grab a snack and edit for this next one. Can I change my name in here? It feels wrong for my name to be um to say Infinite Jest, but I actually don't know how to change that. Oh, I do. I do know how to change it. Look at me. I don't know why this is important to me, but just in case somebody comes in and wants to know what I'm doing. Okay. Last reading sprint of the day. So we will go ahead and get started. Happy reading. Okay. Last sprint done. How did everybody do? Still liking our books? Had to pause to get kids to bed, but we'll catch up for more sprints. Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. Happy she won, but I struggle with the dialogues and that there hasn't been a secret for me to be revealed. Fair. I'm excited to see how I feel about it. Hi, Chloe. Welcome in. Just joining, reading The Family Game by Catherine Stedman. Is that a thriller? I feel like I recognize that book. Oh, I think I almost bought this. I feel like I was reading this, like the back of this book in a bookstore when I was just like casually browsing. How are you liking it? No reading done, but checking in for my current buddy read. Also important. I'm sometimes very bad at that. I don't think any of my buddy readers are in here, so I can admit that to you all. Liking Note of a Crocodile so far. Read the first part. Nice. Oh, good. All right, 39% in. And you had just like started yours, haven't you? That's pretty good. It's pretty good so far. I'm about a third of the way in and pretty hooked. Ooh, good. Okay. I'll have to take another look at it. I don't think there was a particular reason why I didn't grab it. It's just I've been trying not to buy so many books. But I think I've got a new method worked out that is gonna work better for me. That's what I'm telling myself. So editing went well. I like got everything like together to where the rest of the editing will be easier. Whenever you start an edit for a video, I feel like it takes forever to like get everything in one place. And then once you've done that, it's like, all right, easy peasy. And I thought I did something else. Did I do anything else? No, I didn't. I got a snack. Great. And also poor Scout. Scout's sick. I think she's just got a tooth thing. But she's sneezing a lot, which is apparently a thing that happens to cats when they get a tooth thing. If they get like something going on in like the root of their tooth that's close to their nasal passage, it's a whole thing. So when she eats, she sneezes, and sometimes she just sneezes regardless. But we're going to the vet tomorrow. This one's Scout. That's the sneezer. And so I did have to stop in the middle to try to get a video of her sneezing so that I can show it to the vet tomorrow. I have 2 decent ones. They're just not like as good of videos as I would like, but that's okay. Also, every time she gets like one of the crazy sneeze attacks, the kittens are like all up in her face, which I'm sure she's loving. What are your thoughts on the Shades of Magic series? I've heard such mixed reviews. Oh, really? I don't think I've heard anybody really disliking it. I love it personally. So I read the first one actually for my in-person book club. We had that as our book. And I think that anybody that liked fantasy really liked it. There were a few people that didn't, but they didn't typically read fantasy. So like, I think that makes sense. But I do feel like even if you don't read a lot of fantasy, but you are at least interested enough, it is a good one for that because it's not like full all in like crazy world building, crazy magic system or like anything like that. It's pretty accessible, I would say, even if you're somebody that's only like lightly into fantasy. Like it does have its own kind of like world that it exists in, and there are things that are like unique to it. There is a magic system, but it's just not like overly complex to grasp. And then for me personally, I loved the characters. I've heard some people not like Delilah or Lila. Delilah's her full name, but Lila is like the nickname she uses for most of it. But I loved her. She's like one of my favorite like female lead characters. I feel like she was written so well and like you really understand her personality. And I think she does have like this hardness about her, but I think it's understandable with like how she grew up and like the life she lived and everything. And I think that it made those moments of like her finding true connections with other people like all that more exciting and like because you know her. So I would very strongly recommend it. I've recommended it to a lot of people since reading it. After I read the first one very quickly, and then I waited a bit until the second one. But as soon as I read the second one, I read the third one immediately afterwards, and I had a great time. It's a short book. Okay, I read fast, but not that fast. Fair. Yeah. It is always exciting though, and like to see how fast, especially while I'm over here at reading Infinite Jest, to see other people like just speeding through their books. It feels like they're on fire. Like everybody else is on fire, and I'm like the slowest reader alive, reading like 20 pages at a time. I just reached halfway. Oh, nice through Quicksilver. Looking forward to picking it up when I get home from work each night this week. Oh, awesome. V.E. Schwab has a great read along series for the Shades of Magic series on her YouTube. What? I didn't know that. Wait, how did I not know that? Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to watch that then. Maybe I'll watch that before uh I don't even what is a read along series? I'm now realizing I don't know what that is. Why am I talking about that? Like I know what that is. But I'm gonna check out whatever that is soon. And then she has a lot of people liked it enough to where she decided to start a new series in the same world. So the first book of that's been published, and I am planning on reading that, but I'm probably gonna do Vicious and Vengeful by her next. Because I've had Vicious on my TBR forever. Oh, and also I want to read Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil, the like literary fiction one that came out this year. Yay. Okay. I hope you love it. I hope you love it as much as I did. That all the books were very highly rated. I think they're all like 4.5 or higher for me. So I had a wonderful time. Whew. Oh, and I still haven't read Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. That seems crazy to me because I feel like everybody's read that, and now I love V.E. Schwab, so I feel like I have to have read it. Yes, next TBR spin. I know. I feel like this is the longest I've gone into a month without having finished my TBR spin book, but I mean soon. I'll finish it soon. Also, the audiobook for this is incredible. I would highly recommend if you're thinking about reading The Help. It helps too with all the portions, like all the chapters that are from the maids' perspectives, because they're all written in Ebonics by a white woman, which, as I've said, makes me uncomfortable. But the audiobook, like Octavia Spencer does her character from the movie, like reads her part. And I don't think it's Viola Davis doing her part. Maybe it is. I need to look that up. But they do an incredible job. It's so good. So I would, if you're thinking about reading it, I would highly recommend doing the audiobook or doing both like I'm doing. V.E. Schwab has recorded several YouTube sessions taking you through the series so you can read along between watching them. Oh, now I want to reread it. I feel like that's not a good idea because I've got all these other books to read, but I'll just look at it and decide if I want to reread it. I'm psyched for the next spin too. Still working on my short story collection. Nice. Yeah. Okay. What? Okay. Let me look at the calendar. So, oh my gosh, that's going to be like next weekend. We're doing that. Exciting. Okay. So I think the 22nd is when we're going to be doing our spin for July. And then our reading sprints. So if anybody's new here, I think there was a few new faces, but all are welcome to join. This is for a TBR spin, which is a like readathon or reading challenge that I do over the course of a full year. You don't have to be participating in it to come and join us for the reading sprints. Basically, we're going to like spin a wheel that leads us to a prompt that leads us to a book on a stack of books that would have been selected at the beginning of the year or whenever you decide to join. If you want to join late, that's totally fine. And basically, if you wanted to join right now, you would pick 6 books because that equals the months that we have left in the year, and then join in on the spin or watch it later. But if not, if you just want to read whatever or use it as productive time, it's just like regular reading sprints. We just happen to start it with the spin. I also created a challenge for myself for July that I have to read as much books as I own as I read from the library. Let's see how that goes. I know my library obsession too well. Yeah, I've been trying to be good about because I do read a lot from the library, and also that's a good thing. So it's like weird to kind of like limit yourself for a good thing, but I do keep buying books even if I'm reading from the library. So I need to balance that out. So I'm also working on that. Good luck on your challenge for yourself. I'm excited to hear how that goes once July gets started. Alrighty. Well, that is going to do it for today. Thank you all so much for coming. And thank you again for everyone for subscribing. And it's very exciting that I hit 9,000 on the same day as a live show. So that I got to, kind of celebrate with everybody. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of your days, whatever you have left of them. And I will hopefully see you next week for our next TBR spin sprint. All right. Bye.